Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. It is the 31st of July, 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. Looks like everything is working okay in the stream. It's a good thing. So my virtual trading journal, the concept here is that everything that I have video on my two main monitors is captured, and my voiceover or my narration provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment. I only trade live real time on Bookmap. Never a replay, never a playback, always live real time. If there's a trade, it's recorded. If there's not, well, then obviously there's not. And it doesn't make for exciting streaming often because sometimes there's no triggers. Having said that, the purpose of the stream is not for financial or trade advice. And there's a disclaimer in the description, so please read that. But it wouldn't be very much of a trading journal if I didn't capture the trades. So that's how I do it. What else can I say? So that's the plan. And there is, if there is, my other primary software is IRT, and this is my charting, basic charting, and this is where I develop strategies and systems and backtest them. For example, here is an initial balance and a backtest. Anything that the system takes, which is presented or visually, graphed over here on these charts, is in the simulated environment of IRT, because obviously I'm not gonna test, develop, and put real money at risk when it's a development or a back testing or forward testing. So I want to be sure always to have that lined out. IRT is always live. Bookmap is always live. Sorry about that. All right. Let's see here. The next order of business would be the reports for the morning. And we have some out. Now there's 845 is the Chicago PMI, and top of the hour is the Michigan number right here. 845 is the Chicago PMI, and the Michigan numbers are down here. This is, stupid thing doesn't update very well, but there you go. And then there's the usual CFTC stuff. This is the my usual old-fashioned news source. It is called investing.com. It's free. You can filter for wherever you are. You can pay for it if you want to, but my theory here in the stream is that I keep everything free that I can so that anybody can have access to the same resource and realize that you can use this kind of stuff. You don't have to pay, you don't have to pay 30 grand a year for a Bloomberg terminal. You can do it with this. The other news source that, a couple other things. Notice that the header of each event turns into a URL when you hover over it. And if you don't know what the Chicago PMI or the Michigan number is, you can click that and find the recent releases and who puts it out and all that stuff about it. And I appreciate that. We are in earnings here, earnings season, but there's no earnings out, major earnings out today. Yesterday was Microsoft and was out Apple and Amazon. Nothing really earth-shaking today, so we can skate them for a little bit. Now, one of the things about investing.com is that they only report and track traditional economic and go away. You see it's free, and it is annoying, but I think it's worthwhile to keep it free for everybody, people in other parts of the world, Anyway, my other news source here is Financial Juice. And this is a little bit different in that here's a perfect example right here. They do pull random non-economic events which may have a potential risk for the market into this calendar. Trump's cabinet meeting. That's no way in the world is that a traditional economic event, and you certainly are not going to see it over here. But I guess if you've been alive and trading in the last year, you know that this could have a huge impact on our auction one way or the other. It's got nothing to do with a political commentary at all or, opinion. It's a fact. We are, as traders today, our basic, primary, fundamental job in life is to preserve your account. And the fundamental way that you preserve your account is risk management. If you don't know about potential risk, it's pretty hard to manage or mitigate that risk. So I appreciate when they pull this kind of stuff in. Now, 9 o'clock, see, we've got 8:45. And then 9 o'clock, we have the Michigan number and also this Trump thing. So this is going to be a goofy morning as far as I'm concerned. And on the right side over here is a squawk box, which is also handy. All right, enough of that. Pre-market. What do we have in the pre-market? Well, this is IRT. This is as I mentioned earlier. And this one's Bookmap. So what's happened in the pre-market? Well, the first thing that I do every session is put this blue boy, I call him. It's just a vertical line on the first print of each session. That's the first print of the ETH session last night at 1700. This is the current inside market right here, right now, live and real time. Real-time, live data. So there can be no question what the context is in the pre-market so far. Is there? And that's really important to understand, I believe. In IRT, it's similar. Here we have, this is now a couple things about IRT to explain perhaps. In the header of each of the windows is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you can always see what you're looking at. Here is the RTH yesterday. Here's the ETH session so far. Here was our close. Here's our open. We're up at, I'm going to say 100% long inventory. I would expect, unless they bring it back a little bit in the next 30 minutes here, I would expect some responsive selling to take profit. But they are pretty much unwinding everything that they've done overnight. You see that? So maybe just be going into the hole in the numbers and then this Trumpathon that's going to be happening. We might have a Trump dump. Who knows? Wait and see. Trade what you see, not what you think. That's, I guess, the bottom line. Anyway, this is the micro tab, and these are the minis. Exactly the same story, just, micro or mini. Micro NQ. This is the higher time frame micro composite chart, which is, again, micro E mini. Daily candles, daily chart, RTH session. So each one of these candlesticks represents a full RTH training session. This is yesterday, day before, and so on. Wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them. And that, for me, that generates a micro composite. I get the POC, I get the high and low volume nodes, which are represented by the red and green lines here. Those values are pushed to Bookmap. As are the session prices. And this is the market profile chart, old-fashioned. It's Pete Stottlemyre, thank you very much. I don't change the market profile from mini to micro, but I do change it from full session to RTH. And then this is what we got. Let's see our volume here so far today. Well, we're 85%. 2 points wide on the ATR and a 1 minute candle. And of course, this, as I said a minute ago, the same the same setup for the minis on this tab. Now, this may not be your choice or the correct way to do the micro composite chart or the high time frame, but it's the way I do it, and I do it consistently. You know, if price overlaps, it's included. If price doesn't overlap, it's not. Simple. And I don't change it because, because this gapped and this closed the gap, I don't include these candles into this micro composite. Maybe it's right, maybe it's wrong, I don't know. But I figure it's important, or at least it is to me, to do it consistently. So that's that. Book map. Again, right to left columns, micro composite. These are the values from the micro composite chart in IRT, which I enter manually. These are the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically based on those red and green lines in the most recent micro composite volume profile. This is the volume profile for the full session, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will quit today at 1600 because it's Friday. Yay, TGIF. Here we have the RTH volume profile and volume delta. We'll reset this morning at 8:30. And this is the statistics column, which is important to me. This is the we'll go through how this is set up in a minute. The session prices, which push from Bookmap. Now, I don't have a dome here anymore because it was taking up too much real estate, the columns, and I wasn't trading with it. I was trading with the active data column and the mouse. So I have the most important columns from any dome, which is the full level 2 ask and bid, the full liquidity, and the session prices. Now, nothing else is, there's no indicators, it's just price, volume, statistics. Boom. That's all that's it. Keep it simple, stupid. That's my motto. So, POC for the full session and the volume and the RTH session. POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's it. I guess you could argue that the VWAP for the Globex and the RTH is an indicator because it is calculated. It's the volume weighted average price. And there's also a mid price for the RTH. That's it, man. So the statistics, the first thing we need to do is we need to select or determine the statistic open. There's only 4 types of open in the statistic studies. And the way it's done is there's only 2 criteria. Here is price, right here, right now. If we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare to or relate to the previous RTH close? Well, it's higher. Higher. How would this price relate to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the previous RTH high, and way down below us is going to be the previous RTH low. So once again today, we are potentially going to open higher in range. Now, if that changed, I would change the title there, because I want the title to reflect the current day's RTH trading session statistical open, so that when I look at a screen snap or I look at the recording of the journal, then I know exactly what it is without having to think about figuring it out. Next of all, we have the statistics from yesterday, but we're going to want them for today, right? And we always do this before the open. So we're going to clear the notes. We're going to zoom over here to IRT and get our statistics. We are going to open again higher in range as we did yesterday. So IRT conveniently highlights the open type, but it only does so after 8:30, right? So it highlights it with the blue. Since it was yesterday, it's going to be the same for now. And you notice that some of these values have blue and some of these have black text. Wherever a price has been revisited and the statistic has been satisfied. IRT changes the price color, the text color to blue from black. So there you go. Now, the way the system works in general is it looks back at the most recent 1,839 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened higher in range, 5 or 6, whatever that says, 574 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.8% of the time. And you see that it did not do so yesterday, nor did it the mid, which is unusual, obviously. 80.8, but this is statistics, so we're going to keep going. Overnight volume point of control right there, 80.8. And that, boys and girls, is exactly how this works. Now I'm just going to go down the list. The next one is the overnight high, and that's 74.7. Overnight high. There we go. Mid, 74.4. Oh, previous value area high. I don't see that lurking around there anyplace. We'll move on. Previous close, 68.6. That's a good one. That's a biggie. Previous IB high. That's also one I want to put. 67.60. What is it? Blip, blip, blip. 60 IB, no, that's IB high. Okay, 67.8. Now, the IB high is way down there somewhere. Let's check and see where that went. Right down here. And I'm doing this for a reason. I want to show you something here. Remember, the definition of the initial balance high and low is just the high or low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So it's nothing more mysterious than that. But because it's going to suddenly move with price to be above the price, it's the high or low of the first 1 hour. The minute we open, this flag is going to jump up above price, and the low will come up below it. So I want to have this when you know, after the market's open, then this is going to be out here by himself because this is not going to be around anymore. POC, previous POC is 66.4. Okay, let's see where the previous POC has gotten himself off to right there. And this is kind of weird, but we're going to do it this way here. 66.4, and again, this is the POC. Again, this will move the minute price open, the minute the session open. And remember, if you're all getting all excited to start trading, we have the Michigan or the PMI, Chicago PMI at 8:45, and the Michigan number at the top of the hour. So, and then Trump's going to start talking. So I would just, you know, I can tell you, I'm not going to be doing anything. Overnight low is 48.3. Let's see if we can see that. There we go. Oh, wait a second. I got too many things going on here. Okay. Now, these are put in every day, as you see, at ahead of the open. So these statistics, now, they are statistics, probabilities. They are not hard, fast lines in the sand or, you know, you have to remember what you're looking at here. So the next thing I'm going to do is something I do every day at about 8:20, which is the TLab snap. And that comes from, stand by while I do this because I don't multitask real well here. I mean, I do, but anyway, the TLab snap. Hold on. Okay, the TLab Snap is a book. First of all, the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. and continues to be led by him. He's been trading for like 48 years. It is not a live trading room, nor is it a trade calling room. It's a Discord, and it's Discord, right? It's not a stream. And every day at about 8:20, I post this, which is kind of gives people in there that don't have a similar kind of charting a heads up as to what's going on with all the numbers that they might be curious about. I actually started this a long time ago, years ago, I guess now, when I noticed that when I was quite active in there before I had started and whatnot, that there was a big flurry of what's POC, what's POC, what was the 09 high, you know, and I thought, well, these guys don't have access to those numbers. So I thought it would be less confusion for the stream and helpful to those who don't have the same charting to have this. And that's why I dreamed this up a long time ago. And every day at 8:20, I post that in there. And early in the morning around 6, I post the numbers. So that's the story of this. Oh, now let me also say about the TLab that it is obviously sponsored by Bookmap. So they would be lovely, you know, just tickled to death if you were to subscribe to the Bookmap. But you're not solicited for anything there in the TLab, and there's a good crew of people in there. So every day I make those posts. Just, you know, support, camaraderie, whatever you want to call it. That's this TLab. So back to the business here. What happened here? Did I have the wrong window up? I wonder about the TLab. I might have. Here's the TLab post. This is the chart. So if you want to screen snap that or whatever, there you go. Okay. Now back to the business at hand here. We're going to open in about 8 minutes. Now, in order to trade with Bookmap, which I think you'll probably agree is an important thing to be able to do, you have to activate the trade control panel, select an account. I can close the button here again because I won't use the trade control panel anymore. I will use some other stuff. Now, first things first, I'm going to make sure I've got the right account in there. Today I'm trading Lucid stuff. I've got multi-brackets on for this old standby basic here. I think I'm going to change that to this one. And multi-account trading, because I'm copying this to 5 other Lucid accounts, and I'll explain the reason I'm doing that, but essentially it is the most risk to reward favorable de-risking method I was able to come up with until I get these test ideas traded live and out of the way. I'm not going to trade my my live amp account when I can be doing this with the most cost-effective return on investment and risk profile. Stand by. Okay, now, where am I? Who's on third? So we're just dancing around this. I am going to, typically I would be going to set up one of the short time frame open trades that I've been developing setups. But with news at 8:45 and then the top of the hour and Trump also at the top of the hour, I'm going to stick with just the basic initial balance trade setup that I usually use. So that'll give an hour for everything to shake out, right? I think that makes sense. Good morning, whoever's around. Drop something in the chat. Say hi. Where are you? Who are you? If this, the point of the stream, let me just say again, is my virtual trading journal. And it is just put out here for complete transparency and accountability as a, for myself, for accountability of myself. And it's not intended in any way to be my way or the highway. So any opinion, suggestion, trolling, whatever, no problem. Speak up. And we're going to open here in about 3 minutes. And I noticed something yesterday. I wonder if it's the truth. I don't really know. IRT will probably have it. I noticed something yesterday that when I was looking at the zoomed in for the opening, the real fast opening trades, it reset automatically without any problem there. And I don't know why that happened. I'm going to leave it alone as it is now, however. That's 30 minutes. That's pretty crazy, huh? Wow, that's 5 minutes. That's 15 minutes. Oh, couple of minutes there. Let's see if it resets automatically this way. I don't know. I don't know if that had something to do with it or not, but I noticed that yesterday. So here's the overnight volume point of control. You see that it's moved down from up here. Now this is dynamic because it's the real market. So we're going to put that there where it belongs. Overnight low has gotten all discombobulated down here too. All right. 2 minutes till the open. Let's see. What did I forget to talk about or do or something here? Hey, Richard, what's up? Oh, dude. How is the UK doing with your new PM and everybody? Nice to see you, man. It's been a rodeo over here. Also, if you're trading this mess, we've got the Chicago PMI at 8:45 and the Michigan number at the top of the hour, and on top of that, Trump is having some sort of a cabinet thing or whatever. So, Mr. Microphone, Agent Orange is taking the stage at the top of the hour. So I'm going to just back down and wait for the initial balance setups. I hope everything's going good for you over there and you're having a nice summer. It was hotter than stink over here for a while, and it's kind of calmed down, so that's a good thing. Yeah. Crazy. So here we go. Open in about 30 seconds. See if this thing resets. IRT will fall on its ass, of course, like every day. Got that liquidity up here at 20 handle. Let's see how long it takes them to get up here and tag this out. Hey, Anton, what's up? There, we're getting ready to open here. We've got news at 8:45, the Chicago PMI. We've got the Michigan number at the top of the hour, and Trump has taken the microphone for a cabinet meeting. So be careful. Use caution. Well, it reset, but the Delta didn't. How the hell can that happen? Whiz. There we go. We are open. Yeah. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Delta. Open just above the VPOC and traded him up. Now let's see what happens here. I'm going to get over here and try to reset IRT. Not having a lot of luck with that lately. Interesting night last night. I'll tell you about it. Here's our micro composite. Day before, yesterday, and here's our open right up here on the top, right up here on the highs. Who knows what the hell? Why? Who knows why? I guess there's a war. I don't know. Crazy. Not sure what's really going on. Interesting times, though, that's for sure. Oh, yeah. Wow. That's, yeah. I saw something about that, Richard. It's terrible over here. Even Canada, for Christ's sake, they've got all kinds of wildfires. And of course, Agent Orange is bitching and moaning about what he's wanting to charge Canada for air quality. I mean, it's like, okay. Yeah. It's, you know, every time some news comes out that can be serious, it turns into some goofiness. It's the craziest thing. But it was 105 or 6 here last week. Pretty amazing to me. Even for here, that's pretty hot. Well, we're chugging up. We're going to go after this 55 or 75.20s, I'm guessing. I got IRT to sort of come around. Sort of, kind of, maybe. Lags aren't too terrible. I'll just kind of let it work its way out of the mess here until everybody's pretty much okay. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff going on. Yeah, there's a lot of today. I'm definitely not looking at the magic box or the open thing because of the news at 8:45. In other words, another 10 minutes, and then His Majesty. Bad enough that we got the Michigan numbers at the top of the hour, and then layer on Agent Orange there, and no thanks. Yeah, that drill baby drill crap hasn't really happened because well, they have done some drilling with the price of oil, but we have a lot of oil. And of course, the story is that the oil that we have, we really can't refine. The amazing thing about oil that's come out that I found interesting, all of this oil that's been taken out of Venezuela, 300 million or something like that. the money's been put in a bank in Qatar or Qatar, depending on how you want to say it. I can't imagine why. Let's see now. Where are we going here? Was pretty interesting last night. I decided to put I wanted to look at the Globex, so actually the Asian Open, and have a look at around the earnings and stuff. So I obviously put the stream up in case there was a trade present itself, because I've got the commitment not to take any trades off the stream. Man, it was amazing. There was like 75 people, and the chat was full of comments up and down and back and forth. I was surprised as hell. Quite surprised. And it was interesting. Fingers crossed nothing falls over here. Some of the static boys are wandering back, Anton, they're wandering back to been on leave and golfing and traveling and whatever else, according to Harry. So I guess it's just a pretty normal thing. But it was kind of amazing that there was just nobody in there for for some days. Not that that's a big affects us, but just found it curious. Well, believe it or not, the lags are kind of working out. That's kind of a miracle. I've got the exporting is working okay for the IB statistics. I ran some stats last night. As part of what I do. I figured even though I was streaming, I'd continue with my homework kind of stuff. So my old IB setup with the fixed zones that was cooked up long ago, that worked real well until it didn't anymore, had quite an amazing back test, back to normal values. So I'm going to continue. I'm going to also look at that one besides this Edgeful thing. And still, well, I don't know if it is or not, but it was really surprising to me that it was last night. I don't know how the hell that happened or why. I don't know how it works actually. But yeah, it's obviously with you in here and Richard and Magic or whoever drops in and out, it's nice to be able to talk to somebody. Otherwise, it's like, as I don't have to tell you guys that trading is a lonely sport, right? So it's nice to have some interaction and questions, and kind of going to be a while before anything else happens, but yeah. So remember, Michigan or PMI's a quarter on the 45. Well, the whole thing about the bar is it's got to retrace. That's where the R comes from. It's the breakout and retrace or retest. And unless you're looking at the different time frame and considering this is the breakout and the retest, which is valid, that's where I get tipped over with the bar trade is at what time frame, because each one of these, is this a bar? This is a breakout and this is a retest? Is this the bar? This is the breakout and the retest? Or is this the bar? And we haven't broken out or retested it yet. So that's my problem. And now it's going down, and I should just shut up and trade them. I'm not going to do anything with 4 minutes to go, or 6 minutes to go till the news. But yeah, that bar trade is something that I've got to get my head around, because that seems to be a real positive story for lots of people. Come on, IRT, wake up. Come on, girl, wake up. Atta girl. Where am I now? Am I on? Okay. Well, there's everybody. There's the POC. There's the retest of the open. There's within your, no, not 5 minutes, but anyway, yeah, there's that came back to fruition. Got the close down here for the gap. So were they going to close the gap? Let's see. Let us see. I was doing something now. I forgot what it was. Oh, I'm going to get on with the, make sure the data's happening. Richard, I've been trying to wean myself off of IRT and all of the clumsy coding that I do to work out statistics for the setups, and I've been leaning quite a bit on trying to lean on edgeful data, which doesn't really show like a back test, like win rate and profit factor and all that kind of stuff, but at least it gives probabilities for what's going to happen based on a data look back, the instrument, and the session. This is, for example, the initial balance breakout. So 75% of the time on a Friday for the MES over 2 years. In this cash session, this is the probability. And then the next step is to go to the rejection here, which looks at the same stuff. And depending on which level formed first, which in this case, the IB high will have formed first, this is the probability, with all filters being equal, that will break the IB low first. And then there's the retrace and the way it goes. So I'm trying to... The vetting process has taken me too long. I need more vetted setups to trade. I'm sure you're probably right, and we can look at that. Actually, am I on the right window? Yeah, I am. Well, that's a miracle. I'm on the right freaking window. Isn't that cute? What was that? Here we go. Yeah. Let's see how I was doing this now. By weekday. Oh, this is the right one. Oh, no, it's the wrong report. Sorry about that. Football, it's got to be this one. Here we go. Got to be smarter than the software you're working with, I guess, or at least more awake. Yeah, 86% of the time when we opened above, it retraced to looking back over 2 years. Richard, this is the thing that Anton has come up with, where he noticed that that the price has a high probability to retrace to the open in the first 5 minutes. So the idea is to look at the high of the first 5 minutes and somehow or another, or as high as you can, get pointed to get a trade on in the direction of the opening price. And this is some statistics I tried to figure out how to do with Edgeful. But I think it has merit too, a lot, Anton. The only reason I didn't have it set up to try today was this news story. To be honest, I've tried it set it up to watch every other day. And I'll work on the code on that, the script for that over the weekend. Because that'll be real interesting to see in real time, you know. Another thing with Edgeful, Richard, is that when you subscribe to it, you also get a whole pile of indicators for what is all this? You get a whole bunch of indicators here for the for TradingView, free from them. If you subscribe, you get all these. I only use a few. The session, the IB. This is the IB, which I've tweaked around a little bit, and then I put together some scripts. Like this was last night. There was a perfect exactly the IB breakout per the Edgeful. Breakout, retrace to the 25, get long, and there's both targets. But I'm not going to be standing around at, you know, midnight. So this is just make believe. You know, this is just a script that I put that does this down here that I built. But I've never used TradingView. It's real handy. Here's another one. This one was a stop day before yesterday. Now what I've got to do, the reason I'm here is to close that one off and put this one on. Boom. There we go. Closey. And let's see, what else do I need to do here? I'm all confused now. I didn't do any of this morning, bad little pig that I am. Show that this dashboard is this thing up in the right-hand column over here. What I'll do with that opening trade, the opening revisit to the open, Anton, is add the trading piece. So instead of just the box with the statistics up here, it will do the be able to do some sort of a back test, or at least that's my thinking. We'll see. Best laid plans of mice and men, right? Boom. So right now we're at a 38-point wide IB right here. The high was formed first, as I was mentioned. And yeah, there we go. We'll see what happens. I'm going to get back to the original thing here. IBC. Excuse me. Okay. Today's my son's birthday. Come on. Come on, RT. That was pretty strange. So what's going to happen here with our snooze? Trump cab. Oh, tentative now. It's tentative. A minute ago, this didn't say tentative. A minute ago, this said cabinet meeting. So maybe they're not. I guess it depends on the golf schedule at it. This guy is dangerous, I think. Well, IRT, okay, thank you for highlighting the news. We've had that number, but that didn't show up here that I see. Oh, there we go. No. Where the hell did the news go? There we go. I don't know what this deal is here, but this not showing stuff that I believe ought to be here. I'm out of my freaking mind or what? Chicago PMI USA right there. That was at 8:45. And now we've got the Michigan number at the top of the hour. I don't know what's going on. Oof, crazy. No, does not. It just day of the month. If you go to the next level of the edgeful thing, it gets, there's a real comprehensive backtest capability and stuff, and it's, you know, day of the week and hour of the day and on and on and on. But it doesn't look at where the positioning of the day within the month. No. That I know of. Maybe it does, but I don't. I should say I don't know how to do about that. And the way, oops. The filtering, these are the custom filters, right? So all weekdays, well, we want to have Friday, but there's no, you know, you can do size of the IB and you can do the ending zone. But nothing to do with how it fits in the month that I know about. There's a lot of other ideas too. There's weekday size, performance, close, rejection, gap type, breakout, color, red or green, formation time, when did that set up? The levels are for continuation, and then by time and by double break and overnight session. Those are the options. Hey Panda, what's up? That I know of. I'm just I was one of the original subscribers to this thing long ago, and I let it fade away. I didn't look at it because it was kind of real. And then I got interested and took another look, and I was shocked at how they improved it in a space of like a year. So I'm trying to lean on it because, as you know, I'm such a freaking donut when it comes to coding up these strategies. I can do it, but it takes forever. Well, I don't have forever, you know. I'm too pedantic and old, and I'm not, part-time Larry or somebody that can code up a strategy while they're busy making lunch, you know. What, Dana? Better. She usually comes in here and wants something. Okay. Yeah, it's great. It's a great, if you can read it right, it's great. That's what Harry and Jorgensen and Rod often trade and are always touting about, you know, what they're buying with the money. No, not at all. But, you know, and they do post them, those trades. So, yeah, it's a really good one. And if you remember, I think I talked about it yesterday, I tried to start figuring it out because in order to code a strategy, you've got to have the piece, be able to define the pieces programmatically, right? So this was something I started working up to define the bar or the consolidations based on these parameters, like right here, right now, I guess. So here's a consolidation. The hell is all of this? I think this is, come on. Well, IRT doesn't want to be nice, but you get the point. I'm not going to mess with it. This is what I'm looking at now. And these are the levels that are being pushed over here. Oh, one thing I did discover last night, I think I might have said this or not, I don't remember, but this old one, the old zones here, which I developed long ago, last, October, November, something like that were working well until they fell over around the first of the year. I just was showing, last night we're talking about back testing, and figured I'd show them what the back test reports and stuff look like. And it was amazing. It was back. It seems like it had come back to business. So there's 100 days. Let's see if I'm full of crap. Maybe I imagined it all. Panda, come on. What do you want? Yeah. Well, there you go. On micros. That was about what it showed up last night. So I'm going to have to look at it some more. But the bar is very definitely a great idea. And here is, the way I understand it is, I don't think I was showing the right window. Oops. Here's the consolidation. So this would be a breakout. And then there needs to be a retest. And what would be the direction of that retest? Well, the way I understand it, okay, Panda, hold on. The way I understand it, it's in the direction of context, or that's what I understood. So first, let's get Blue Boy on the job over here. Come on, Panda, cut me some slack here for a minute. So there's, what's the context for the day so far at South? Yeah, where am I? Yes, exactly. But it's fractals, right? To sound like Tom, but it's fractals. So is it this one? Is it this one? Is it this one? I mean, depending on what fractal you're looking at, right? That's where I got hung up before. And news and Trump at the top of the hour, so you got a minute and a half, just FYI. But I'm very definitely, I agree with you completely, Anton. It's a great, that's about $40. Richard, sorry I didn't see that. Now the fancy dancy thing with all the real the real bells and whistles that analyze an AI and come up with all the backtesty stuff and Monte Carlo and everything is expensive. That's a couple $100. But as far as the basic, what you're seeing here on my screens and all the indicators and stuff that works for TradingView, that's like $40. And I will say that in order to use the fancy upgrade with all the analysis, you have to provide the script for your own algorithm. They have about 4 that you're welcome to use in that regard, but if you want to test your own, like I want to test my, let's say the opening range, the retest of the open, Anton's idea, one of his great ones. You have to code that, and then you input the code in from PineScript, or do you use NinjaTrader? Richard, I think you might. They also have some indicators for NinjaTrader and stuff too, interaction. Not as many as they do TradingView. And I guess there's some sort of script language in NinjaTrader for algos that you can import as well. And then it analyzes, runs Monte Carlos, does all that crap. I know this because there was they did a free, okay, you can use this for a month or something. So I was all over it trying to figure out whether it was valuable or worthwhile. But the reason I started over here with TradingView and the scripts is because it's useless. All that and analysis horsepower is useless unless you've got a script which works. That's why I'm trying to work on these things. So there you go. Now you know the entire story. Well, we've taken out just about every freaking statistic I found except the previous IB and the previous POC. They're down below us over here, here and here. And I wasn't showing this one over here, I guess, but you got the point, I'm sure. Okay, so the news must be out. Michigan number, and who knows what the clown car's up to. I'll be right back. Well, yeah. Yeah, we're just at the value area high now. And then we've got the previous IB and the previous POC below us is what I've got. Where am I? Yeah. Richard, one other thing I forgot to mention quickly, and then I'll shut up about this thing. There's a function here, Edgeful AI, and you can pull in a report like I have done up here. Here's something I was trying to figure out, retraces to the open, and ask it the questions, and it starts doing all this stuff, and how many times does it, I was trying to narrow it down so I could have some meaningful idea about this. And then I started asking it how to do a 1 to 2 risk reward framework to trade this thing. And yeah, so it does all of this stuff too. Also, Tambien. Breakout, and I wanted to know, different stuff like breakout before 11:30, and in other words, RTH1 session and stuff like that. How many times did we reach the 50 and then trade pass back to the other one? And, you can imagine how complicated it can get. Now I'll have to get back to my reports here. But anyway, that's okay. That's the last of that one. And I'm not obviously affiliated. You could use my discount code. oldguy.com. Maybe not. Okay, let's get back to what I was doing over here now, not the MES. Okay, gotta set. Once you get off of this, all of my stuff goes south. So we still don't have we have an IB size forming, but we don't have an ending zone yet because the IB's not set. So there you go. Okay. Here we go. Look at them go. Here we go for the POC. Bing, bang, boom. Well, Anton, I'm sure you're short, and so I'm up for adoption if you're interested. Good for you, man. I have a lot of predisposed problems. Ideas that I probably need to lose. Like, okay, maybe that isn't a big deal to be not trading because it's the Michigan and Trump talking. It looks like it was a good idea, You know what I'm saying? And welcome to the stream. Anyone else? Like, subscribe, be honored. Drop something in the chat for sure. The conversation's real meaningful as far as I'm concerned. I really appreciate it. By the way, on that AI thing with Edgeful, I just happened to have heard the guy that Andre is the CEO and the guy that started it all. That AI is a Claude thing, and they pay for that. So there's never tokens or any of that. I don't even know how that all stuff works, but he said this once. I heard him just recently with I think a YouTube thing about how to use it or something. And they pay for the Claude chat thing, so there's no if you've got a subscription. Okay, well, 9:10, big fat hen. So, what does this say? Delay in the rhythmic data. That's weird. It looks like it's just rhythmicing right along down here to me. Of course, IRT's upside down. What's new? I'm gonna restart it, as a matter of fact. Well, the Trump cabinet meeting is no longer tentative. It's apparently going. So, careful. According to, what do you call it, Juice over here. I'm restarting IRT. That's the story there. There's another little bar down here. I like these bars. I like this. Another bar opening up down here at the bottom. You get some blender sports going on here. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you called that out earlier. I'm just now seeing it. Sorry about that, Anton. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, I'm going to let you get your little self together over here, IRT, and then hopefully you won't be all upside down. Blender sports. Ah, yes. A lot of fun back in the old days. So everybody's on the right path now. No lags. Big sell-off. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. This is today so far. There's no earnings out today, so we don't have to worry about that. I mean, there's a whole bunch of them. There's probably hundreds, but they're, not any biggies. That's a pretty wide IB, isn't it? 75.15, 74.35. Wow. 80 handles. Some guy, I think I said this yesterday, maybe. I wouldn't go long in this short. It seems to me to be a counter trend trade, so I would be real hesitant to take along. What I would be favorable of is a retest up and down and then short in the direction of context. That's how my brain works on this now. And the same thing with the at 9. If we turn into 9:30 and we're still down here, I would be looking for the retest to 25 and then the short, rather than using edge flow the opposite way and doing the mean reversion. And I realize the mean reversion works a lot. It's more percentage of the time we are rotational than we are directional. I understand that. It's just my brain is weird. Well, a little bit's left. So no, I would be hard pressed to take a long. And that's probably stupid, but I don't know. Look at where we came, right down to that POC. And this is kind of an, you know, discrepancy. This is the Bookmap previous POC, and this is the IRT POC, previous POC, but either one, they're pretty close. What I've noticed about Bookmap that I've asked support and they haven't come back to me. In both cases here with the volume profiles, if one time frame is overlapping the other, like if the ETH is overlapping the previous RTH, these volumes will change even though it's the RTH volume profile, and vice versa, if that was clear. Probably not. But, you know, like for example, if the RTH session quit right here yesterday, and the overnight sessions trades down through here, these levels would start filling in with this volume, which is sucks, I think, because the mid and all those things are calculated off the volume profile. So I don't like that. And that's probably the wrong approach, Anton, and why you're doing well, and I'm floundering a bit here. I'm the carp on the dock. And at some point I realized that tanker turns, right? And this thing goes the other direction. Maybe. Who knows what these cabinet dorks are gonna. The last cabinet meeting that I kind of looked at briefly, you know, a recording of it, they just kind of went around the table and everybody had a spiel, you know, their pitch. I don't know whether that's normal or just something in this administration, but it looked pretty random to me. Maybe that's how they work in general. I don't know. So is this a breakout and a retest and now a short? Back to the POC? I don't know. 2.5 points here wide on the price. So that's something else to think about. Pretty wide IB here. To get even close to a 1 point wide is pretty near impossible. Man. Now, zoomed in a bit, this really is looking like, you know, Bar City right here, isn't it? Boom, biddy boom, breakout, retest. IB's going to set in another handful of minutes, 12. Why this isn't lining up right, I'm not really sure. Let's check. Okay. Come on, IB, please. Oh, well. Connection lost. Reconnecting. Rhythmic. Well, that's great. That's just great. I don't know about the stream. Seems to be streaming right along here. No drop frames. That's not rhythmic, of course, but man, what a pain in the ass. So caution, anybody. Caution if you're running rhythmic. Apparently it's upside down once again. How lovely. Connection is restored, okay. Well, there's the looking at a breakout the other way. IRT still upside down. Man, what a pain in the ass. Yeah, well, we did that already. It's just my connection had dropped out completely until right there. So, yeah. And IRT is still on its ass here. Man, what a pain in the butt. I can't say that it's necessarily IRT's fault. I guess if it can't get a connection, it hangs up, I suppose. I don't know. Man, I tell you. I just don't know whether I have the mental horsepower to go through setting up a whole new system and, you know, creating the session prices and all that crap. Really. But this is getting completely intolerable, if that's a word. If I were trying to depend on IRT to trade, I'd be shit out of luck. No pun intended. $53s, huh? Wait a minute. 53s? Oh. Yeah, that would be this high where we had this little pullback right here, right? Yeah, basically. Well, we didn't pull the IB yet, unless we took the IB at some point when I was off data, and I can't look at IRT to see if that's the case or not. Close the program. Thank you so much. Oh wait, I can look at Trading View. The hell? Oh wait, it hasn't closed the IB yet. Okay, the football. I'm still ahead of myself. $87 IB. Well, caution, Will Robinson. Somebody said yesterday, I think I might have mentioned this, I don't know. Somebody said yesterday that the NASDAQ had a 1,000-point move. I didn't see it, but that's a lot. I'm kind of find that hard to believe. It had to have been from can to can, you know. I'm guessing from the for the full session, not just the not just either one, not either the ETH or the try IRT again. Yeah, go piss up a rope. Check the database. Sure, why not? Start the setup. Start the data. Okay. What are we going here? 7467-ish. Yeah, that's the POC or the VWAP, right? And basically the overnight low. Well, let's see if something starts here. Well, here's another bar for you. Boy, they're opening bars right, left, and center around here, aren't they? Assuming that I've got the idea correct, this distribution right here from, say, the 45s to the 52s, 52-ish or something. So from my world with the IB stuff, there's nothing yet. Still have, now got a lag again of 9 seconds. And that'd be, Hey, Richard, do you use IRT? If you're still floating around here somewhere. I don't think so, but I'm curious if I'm the only lucky participant that has all this trouble. I know a lot of people have switched to Sierra chart for various reasons, but you know, maybe I've got something extra wrong. I don't know. Certainly never used to be this way. Here comes your 55s. Okay, I didn't think so, yeah. Somebody from TLab sent me a DM with a Chat GPT script to throw into Chat GPT, which I don't have a thing for, that will analyze the system in the back end when there's all these lags going on and see what's the problem, or if there is one. I thought I had optimized everything with the IA thing that I had access to, as far as, you know, what the priorities of which program is working on has priority on the CPU and which is using the GPU and all that stuff. But that it didn't help at all. Well, I guess it might have helped the stream, because that's pretty much all running. OBS is all on the GPU, but it didn't help IRT at all. Now I'm back up to 16-second lag again. Wait a minute, I gotta do something too. I guess I could go over to the TLab real quick like a bunny and ask the big question. Equal top bottom strategy. I'm not sure what that means, to be honest with you, Anton. I'm not saying exact. I'm just trying to find some sort of systematic methodology that I can follow continually, you know? And eliminate as much discretion as possible. And maybe that's the stumbling point. Maybe that's bullshit and bus tickets, you know? Maybe that's not a thing. I don't know. Top bottom strategy. Oh, are you talking about like a mean reversion? If it's at the top, you mean revert. But yeah, sure, of course. I'm always open for any suggestions here, and yeah, absolutely. Like I've said, I suppose enough times to be boring. If somebody's got a strategy that's consistently profitable, you know, even if it's one trade a day or something like that, by throwing a bag of cat crap at the wall, I'm going to go get it more cats. I got no problem with whatever it is. I just want to have something that's not, you know, I'm so leery of all the internet BS. For example, the orb trades, you know, you see thousands of them literally on YouTube. And I have backtested a lot of them, thinking that there was value in it, and there has not been one of them, as it's been presented on YouTube, that isn't a complete dud. You know, in with a proper backtest. So, yeah. You know, I've got your 5-minute thing going. I like your hedge idea, but I'm still a donut at unwinding that thing. I'm looking at the magic box, and I've of course got the IB stuff, which I've already coded before. So, absolutely, yeah. I like systematic as it gets. Let's see what happens now if this piece of crap falls on its ass once again. And it's apparently gonna try to. I think I'll get. These are all different. You know, this is one. This is the what's his name? Al Brooks thing. These are all different opening range things. This whole thing right here is nothing but the varying opening ranges, where I can change the size of the opening range, whether it's a breakout or a retest and all that, just to see if any of those things, which sound good when the person presents them, you know, when they're talking about it on YouTube or whatever, and that's of course how they get subscribers. And I keep thinking one of these guys has got to be telling the truth, not just complete bullshit. But so far I'm waist deep in bullshit, you know. As the old saying goes from Florida, that you'll like it. It's hard to remember the object was to drain the swamp when you're up to your ass in alligators. So that's kind of the same idea. Yeah, I got a handful of those unprofitable things myself. The fence thing, you know, this old guys talking about it are older guys. I was an arbitrage guy, and I worked in the something or another, and you know, all kinds of credentials, and here's this, and it makes good sense. And all it is it's an opening range breakout, but you don't take the breakout. You wait for the next bar to open outside the range, wick back into the range, and then close outside the range, which makes sense. Okay, it tests back in, it goes back outside. That makes sense. I have not been able to ever get that thing to show consistent profitability. And of course, he wants to pretend that it always does. And that's this fence thing, he calls it. So, yeah. That's it. I'm wide open to suggestions. And Anton, I would be tickled to death to give your thing a whirl, just as I do anything you suggest, actually. Whoop, I don't want to do that. Okay, that should have turned off all these, but this blue boy down, I don't know what these blue things are doing down here. There we go. Okay, now we're back to the IB thing and this Edgeful story. So there you go. You know, fingers crossed. And only 12-second lag. Isn't that cute? Okay. But there's, yeah, and of course, in the review mirror now, what a lovely mean reversion. We came down here, we didn't take the IB, we tested down. I got long because I knew exactly what was going on, and here I am in the profit, you know, hundreds of points. Of course I didn't do any of that. That's review mirror crap. But that's what I hear a lot. Yeah, and these are essentially trades that I would refer to this as an asymmetrical trade location. We come down here, we can't get any lower. We come up, we don't get any lower, and you put a trade on, and your stop can be 1 point or 1 tick below this low, and say, well, yeah, if it gets down here, I'm wrong. Now this is where the data dropped out, so that's a whole other story. But yeah, and maybe I need to just be that, you know, go say la vie and throw one on. What always, the question that always comes to my mind is, was this it? Well, you know, there we go. Was this it? Was this it? The hard red edge, different. Forget about this level being down here. It's only down here because of price. Now, the developing value area low also based on price, which doesn't make any sense because the goddamn price hasn't gotten that far, nor has the IB low because of this data that's missing. So my levels are goofed up. And here is actually where we did it. Was this it? Was this it? Was this it? Is that it? Is this any different than this or this or this or this? That's a problem that I have when I try to be, you know, analytical about it. Well, I think so. I don't know about calling reversals, but yeah. I guess so. Oh, looks like we updated now. That's good. Okay, I guess it's figuring itself out. A minute ago, these were way up here, if you remember. Yeah, that's the, you know, as Tom says, it's directional until it's not, or, you know, who knows when the tanker turns, or however, whatever, those euphemisms. So I'm still thinking about, bottom top strategy, or top bottom, whatever. Basically mean reversion, right? But the point about being determining that point, that's what I'm not sure. And maybe that's looking at this consolidation. Me no. Maybe I think one of the problems that I have about Bookmap is that it's kind of it's like a microscope kind of thing, and okay, looking, you know, the only reason I'm able to look back at least even to yesterday is that my session prices for my RT. And why isn't this is the VPOC? Oh man. And Bookmap and IRT is, I mean, in Bookmap is way up here still. All because of this data dropout, I guess. Maybe one of my issues here is, well, Jesus, pick one, but a good charting package to see the bigger moves in the market rather than just Bookmap. Maybe. I don't know. I sort of always leaned on IRT for that, but it's got over thinking that it's dependable at all. Unfortunately. Maybe I use TradingView, I don't know. Well, there's our, speaking of, there's the IB, not breached. The, oh well, I can do all of this noise here. The closing candle, which is the ending zone, is the closing price of the last bar within the IB. So it's and it's the percentages are assigned opposite the level formed first. So IB high was first, 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100. So it's in the 25 to 50, and it's the IB size is 1.18. So if we go back over here and we go to customize and we go to the 25 to 50 and 1.18 greater than that, savvy, cash, MES, 2 years. Well, there you go. Let's look at 3. The problem with these big outliers, there's one frequency of 1. Well, that's useless. That's completely useless data. You know, 1 is not statistically significant by any stretch of the imagination. Well, okay. So if you go out 5 years, you get 10. The high was formed first, 70% probability we're going to break the low. Maybe. Okay. And then the retail, let's get back to the retracements. Okay, any size. No, we got to do the customized part over here too. Greater than 1. Friday, okay. You can change those percentages too if you're what do you call them? What's his name? Fibonacci guy. You can change these to 33 and 68 and all that. Whatever percent you want. I was greater than 9. Doodly-doo. These are the probabilities that we will, if we break the initial balance low first, which is what we should do, we just saw, there's a 57% probability we retrace to the 25%, and 42 we get to 50, meaning that over here, if we break the low, 57% probability we retrace to here, and a 42% we retrace to the 50 right there. Now, 2 ways to look at that, I think. If you break the IB low, do you play those percentages mean reversion back? That's one way. Or you can wait for the pullback and then trade the breakout. That's the second way. Or in this case, you can front run it. If you really want to, get loose with the data, you're at 50% now, and you've got a 57% probability you're going to break the IB low, or whatever that was a minute ago. Hold on. Let me just see what that was again. 70% probability we're going to break the IB low. So you go short right here and target the IB low to front run it. Those are the 3 ways I believe you could use the data. I don't think front running the statistic is a good idea. In my old world of trading, that had real poor results in my journal, my old-fashioned journal that I used to do manually and had all the calculations and stuff. So the top-bottom strategy is just simply when it gets down to what looks like a bottom, however that's determined, you call the bottom, and asymmetric long, all right? Or the other way around, Anton? I think. And some nice trades, I hope. Somebody's on them. 47s to 71s. Wow. Nice. And none of my other strategies have done anything because we haven't taken the IB statistic yet. So that's where that's at. Well, if you want to look at it on a real big scale, this is a bar trade, breakout and revert and retest, right? for this probability, or for this distribution right here, but I don't know about that. Is the POC even remotely? No, not even close. I don't know how to get the data. One advantage to IRT, which I assume all others, ATSA and all those others have, is to be able to download the data again. All I have to do is right click in a chart, right click over here and go download all the data, and it does all that. Bookmap, not the case that I know of. Used to be you scroll way back and you got a little arrow thing over here which would give you an option to do something. But the thing that frustrates me with Bookmap is it is the same DT and IQ feed for historical data as IRT. Okay. Well, lower lows and higher highs, that's... But if I'm understanding, but here's a low, and here's a low, and here's a low, and here's a low, and here's a low. They're all lower than the one before it. At what point is this it? The breakout of the bar thing and then back to here? Or when price, now forget about the fact that the data was upside down with this line here, but when price goes back above here, that's the old W reversal, ABC reversal thing, that when price comes back across the inside high, that it was a reversal. Can't really see that here because of the data. Well. I wonder if they ever get around to the IVs. Okay. I'm not sure how I would define that to back test it and forward test it, actually, as a strategy with specific rules. I'm not sure how to do that. What's going on here everywhere else? Wonder what's happening in La La Land. Camp David, oh wow, looky there. point of going? Everybody gets in a plane. They're all in DC. They all get in a plane and fly up to Camp David. Oh, we're going to mess with the yen now, it says. Apparently Trump hates Camp David. There's got to be some significance to why he's doing this. They're doing that. I don't know. So sick and tired of trying to figure this stuff out. Who knows what they're saying, but it's gonna be it's just getting going. So at 9:50 it says 8. 9:50. 8. I guess. Well, now IRT jumped back to line up with the POC from Bookmap. I give up, man. I don't know. I don't know who's on third or what else is going on. I don't know. So who's right? I don't know. I guess I'll go look at TradingView. Isn't that amazing? Well, here's what IRT did, and then they just jumped back up here. Maybe they just recalculated the data, but Bookmap never did this part. So now they're both in the same camp, I guess. Okay, I'll have to read that thoroughly and look at something slowly to understand what you're talking about, but thanks a lot. I have to visualize what's going on. I also need some more water. Be right back. Well, now all the POCs are lined up on Bookmap. I only have both are pretty much the same here on IRT, so that's cool. This is the full session. This is the developing. This is where it is. VWAP mid. Okay. Yeah, you're right. My wife likes it that way. She says I'm real handsome in the dark. 5 minutes. Candles, bars, whatever you like. I prefer bars, but the candles are easy to look at, I guess. So, well, so this is like a 3-bar reversal. That's essentially what we're talking about, right? That's what this is for sure. It's an old-fashioned 3-bar reversal. And that's also something that I agree is a problem with Bookmap that I have anyway. I mean, for example, is that as plain as a nose on your face, a 3-bar reversal? Or what, you know, or no, it's not one of those other things, but it's a 3-bar reversal, absolutely. And a double top. But over here, what the hell is it? That's why when I'm doing the 5-minute thing and the magic box and stuff, I put the candles on here so I can see what the hell they're doing. Let's look at the 5-minute candle over here, and let's shut that bullshit off over here. Am I in the right window? Oh, what a guy. There, now there's 5-minute candles. And let's get up here so that they're somewhat normal. And 15 minutes, let's go 5 minutes wide. There you go. So those are 5-minute candles, 50 cents wide. I keep setting the width of this damn thing and it keeps changing. I don't know why that is for me to see. Why I do these candles in the do this, save this image. Okay. When I'm doing the 5-minute thing, you know, there's the open, right? So I know where the open is and I can flag it because IRT hasn't pushed the open across, obviously. So now what was I talking about? Okay. So now that's obviously a 3-bar reversal. Just plain as the nose on your face. Down, 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 wick down, close up, break the high of the third bar and the previous down bar, and that's a classic 3-bar reversal if you Google it. And guess what? Up she goes. So is that maybe that's what I need to do. Pretty soon I'm going to have all the parts of Bookmap gone, you know, except what I do. Now it's still got the liquidity. It still has all the stuff I've got going on over here. So what the hell, you know? Maybe I'm just looking at the lines wrong. Well, a 3-bar reversal is just an old classic pattern, and it is exactly this. You've got price moving in one direction. You have a wick lower than the previous low, but a close above. And then the candle after that takes out the previous high before the third bar or the middle bar, and that's a 3-bar reversal. Or, you know, maybe I didn't explain it very well, but it's like a double top and all that, you know, real old candlestick stuff. Al Brooks would know that. If you Google 3-bar reversal, it's real plain. I mean, real old fashioned, probably old as me almost. But that's it, essentially. And they're everywhere. Like, over here. This is just the same as we're looking at a book map now, but then here you go. And there are nuances, you know. You can okay, it opened within the body and all that crap. I don't know or remember all that stuff, but that's basically a 3-bar reversal. And they're pretty. I mean, they're fairly accurate. Obviously, this is a great internet YouTube example here, but it is. They are pretty widely known. Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe just lose this last price and use the. Now, let's see, get going there. I don't know how this would figure into the bar story. We just got, Jesus, we're still 1 point high here is all. Definitely a consolidation going on here, huh? Right around everybody. Look at there. Both POCs, the mid, the VWAPs on either side. Wow. I wouldn't have any idea what to do with that. Now, is this, if you look at it, is this, obviously, this is a consolidation. Is this a breakout and a retest getting ready to happen? Or is this a buy the dip or, you know? Oh, thanks, Mom. Appreciate it. And again with the fractals, you know, is it a buy the dip, or it on the bigger time frame? Is this a sell the rip? I think it's I guess the world is waiting for the outcome of this cabinet meeting, maybe, or some move, you know, some precipitant from that, I guess, or stimulant, or whatever you want to call it. The Renkos don't show the the 3 bars and stuff very cleanly. Obviously. Okay. And I'll go through I always keep these texts or this chat, and then I review them when I'm, you know, quiet and focused. Okay, I see where you're looking. Excuse me. I think the 3-bar reversal is also has there's some bit in there about the candle bodies being similar as well, not a doji or something else. So this has got to be based on news, right? I mean, there's obviously something just happened right there. Big bump, big pop. IRT went into an immediate 20-second lag. So yeah, something hit. Okay. Very definitely. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. I would very definitely look at all this stuff. I'll be kicked out of the book map club if somebody looks here and I got candlesticks going on. And boy, yeah, double tops or tweezer tops, they call those in the old days. Tweezer top, tweezer bottom. What was that new? I guess it was something to do with Trump, I suppose. Yeah, maybe this is a better idea to just keep the candles going. And you know, of course, as with probably everybody, when I replay and trade the replay, and I go back 2 weeks or something, and I have no idea what the hell price did on whatever day I picked. I don't even pay attention to which day it was, and I make sure that IRT is closed down so I can't look at anything back then, and then I just trade them with these different ideas, or the IB, or the the magic box, or the 5-minute, the open retest. Always comes out somewhere between 50 and 150 points, so it's not out of the scope of reality. It's got something to do with my psychology, I guess. Yes, I'm sure. Richard, the magic box is there's a guy that comes in here a lot and drops into the evenings streams, also named his Discord, or his name is Magic some number or another, Magic Trader some number or another. So he's got a strategy about he just does basically an opening range breakout above a real short opening range time frame, 30 seconds. And so I started calling it the magic box. That's what I'm talking about. It's real simple. If it breaks out of the box to the upside, he goes long. If it breaks out of the bottom to the downside, he goes short. Simple. And apparently works out pretty well. Now only trades it on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, and only trades it for about the first 30 seconds or 30 minutes of the session, of whatever session. So that's much as I know there, but that's just so you're not wondering what the hell the magic box is. That's it. Well, welcome to the stream, anybody that's new here. I see a few extra numbers over there. This is my virtual trading journal. The idea is that everything on my monitors here, these two main monitors, are captured in the video. And my narration provides insight as to what I was thinking at the time. And all trades are live, real time, never recording. I mean, obviously, if you look at the stream tomorrow, it's going to be a recording, but they're taken live, real time, in the market, real data, and in Bookmap. The strategy development stuff goes on in IRT over here, and these trades, which are taken by the system, if there is one, the chart just for me to visualize the system's doing what I think it should. These are done within the simulated environment of IRT. So I want to be real clear and transparent about that up front. And the whole purpose of the stream is for complete transparency and accountability, and it's definitely not my way or the highway. It is what I'm doing now to develop a consistently profitable trading business to rely on, support my life, my family. And any suggestions are really appreciated. So, input, and I really am honored by any kind of likes and subscribes too. So that's, there you go. Notice that my monitor, I stream the entire monitor, not just the application, so you can always see any open programs, plus the system clock and date, and tie it back to Bookmap or IRT, and all part of the transparency idea. Well, here we go. We're going lower now. I forget about explaining that stuff to, normally it's just us. I forget about it, and I glance over left there, and I see a bunch of new numbers or whatever, and I guess it's important to explain what the hell's going on. And I'm just thinking about whether this last price is screwing me up on Bookmap or not. That's why I've got the candles going on here. I guess I could turn the last price thing back on. I'm not sure why what good that does or not, to be honest with you. Looks like a bunch of frickin' noise to me, to me, doesn't it? It's a pretty graphic example of the randomness of the market. That's for damn sure. How many times is this thing going to see? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 back and forths, within this one 5-minute bar. Well, something's going on. Somebody either said something or didn't say something that they liked or some damn thing, because they've decided they're going to come whooping out of here now. Yeah, I'm reading all you're saying up there, Anton, and trying to tie it back together with something. I'm also really racking my brain about what to do with IRT, to be honest with you. If I didn't provide those session prices to everybody, that would be a big make switch changing a lot simpler. But I also obviously rely on the session prices a lot myself. So damned if you do and damned if you don't. I do think that you can do the session prices thing pretty much the same with Sierra Chart. I noticed a lot of people in TLab have switched, and I think like Furs and guys like that. I believe. Yeah, there's like scalpers, just in a consolidating market, just sell the tops and buy the bottoms, and whatever. If you can get into the rhythm of it, it's like dancing, I guess. Some of them can really play it. Speaking of play it, looks like the Mookie fell over here. Let's check that out. What's going on in the snooze? OpenAI. Oh, is that the rope? So a third of the population of the world is using OpenAI and paying for it. Or isn't that about a third or something? No, $1 billion, I guess. I don't believe that for a goddamn second. Patrick Boyle had a really good analysis of how ridiculous some of these statements that these guys are making when you look at when you break it down to numbers, and most people never do. It's like if you look at the population of the world and realize that the average income of a huge majority is like, $1,000 or real low. I don't want to quote his numbers, but I believe when he uses them, that they're accurate. Virtually impossible that any of this crap these people are trying to sell is true. It's just bullshit and bus tickets, And I wonder how long it's going to take for others to wake up to that fact. Oh, wait a minute. So people in India and people in the developing world that don't have electricity or a way to cook their food are going to be looking at Chat GPT, OpenAI. I mean, come on. Well, here we go. Down we go. A little consolidation here. A little bounce-a-rooney. The current week value area high. I don't have any of that stuff. Oh, wait a minute. I do too. Remember my weekly profile chart we have over here that I forgot about yesterday? Well, let's look at this thing here now. And the profile right there. So that's the weekly profile. And yes, there's the value area high. And here would be the weekly mid and the weekly POC, I think, yep, and the developing value area low. And there, you can make a case for a lot of this stuff, like resistance up here from this previous level. Now, funny it doesn't, wait a minute, what's going on here? With the 5-minute bar over here on IRT, it's completely goofy. Looking at it here, and then looking at it over here. This looks like a bar forming with the last price, but look at these candles. Now, with Bookmap, you have to remember that this candle started plotting right here. So, I have to remember that. Nobody else does but me. So is that the breakout and the retest, or is this the beginning of a 3-bar reversal, or, If you're looking at the closing prices, that's a breakout and a retest. around this little guy right here. I would think it's too spooky to well, there you go. Somebody said something, Donnie boy, Donnie John. The hell is this level over here for? Okay, that's a one of those. Okay. You want to get up here and help Dad do that? I think he could probably be about as good at it as I've been lately. Well, if you want to look at this on a real big scale, it's a bar up here too, isn't it? I like it when the bar opens. There's a consolidation. There's a breakout, and here comes a retest. If you're looking at it from that time frame, and even on the 5-minute with the weekly profile, it's the same idea. There's a consolidation there, and there was a breakout, and there's a retest. Hey, Pat. Ooh, baby, look at that big one there. Wow, hello, Trump. What the hell? So somebody said something. That's pretty obvious, I guess. Man, they cannot get out of their own way here as far as the IB goes. Just banging around on the 50% line, isn't that something? I mean, I guess it's not surprising. I haven't watched any streams for a long time because I'm busy focusing over here, trying to focus over here. And I get confused, you know, it's as we've talked about before. I think I understand some of the principles, but and I will say that this, you know, narrating and focusing on your own market is a suggestion from him. So that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. So I guess on the bigger scale of the bar retest, this is working out. They're going to come down here now and bottom out. In any of these trades, you know, there's 24 to 12, right? There's 12 handles. That's super. But this doesn't look like it's right to me. When I posted the reports in there early this morning, I kind of read up the list a little bit. There's a lot of people doing some pretty fantastic. Hers is really, he must be making millions. He's got a database and doing this and doing that and checking stuff. He's really bit into it. Good for him. Good for anybody that's trying. For me, it would be much more meaningful to have some examples, you know, live trading or whatever. Just even if it's only to the extent of like static, where somebody takes a trade and they copy and paste it, you know, the book map or whatever in the Discord. Even that would be meaningful, because then I can learn something, because I'm visually acute and deaf. So, you know, reading or listening to somebody talk isn't as helpful to me. risk management ideas and stuff like that is all good. That's, those are things that can sink in from discussion, but yeah. Well. Nelly Bell. I completely disagree with him on stop loss concept. Well, I think the way I understand that whole thing is that, some participants look for those stops for as liquidity to fill orders, as part of their liquidity to fill orders. And there's a shitload of retail traders out there, according to the numbers. But yeah. In other words, fill the liquidity or fill that order without moving the market a lot. I think that's the whole principle behind the stop loss, stop runs and stuff. Liquidity vacuums. And a stop run is simply that they put in a big enough order to take all the stops out at 3 or 4 prices, and then zoop up it goes, whoever they are. Yeah, well, where does, what is market mechanics? It's traders, right? And there are, speaking of that, I saw some more stuff about the GEX, GEXBot, I guess it's called. That's also part of what figures into it, I think. And those are the kind of guys that would be trying to fill hedge orders without a lot of movement or impact on the market, I guess. Like your Mentor Q, which I hope really works out great for you. This green line over here is an order, which I can actually shut off. Boom, boom. There we go. Those are the system over here putting stops and targets over there. I was confused for a second, thinking, what the hell is this green line doing here? And the weekly profile, of course. Oh, come on, man. Well, this is today on 5-minute bars, and that's the weekly profile. So, for anybody interested? And I'm trying to have these 5-minute bars over here on Bookmap to see if I can make some more sense out of this thing. This is definitely a bar trade, breakout and retest. But, you know, I would think that, in my opinion, this is news driven. Maybe not. Trump and company are still having their cabinet meeting in Camp David. Imagine all the money it takes to have that kind of a thing. There is absolutely no regard for, and all this crap's paid for by the taxpayers, you know? Does anybody ask if that's a good idea? The Qatari plane, that piece of crap. Which was, you know, if anybody didn't know that that thing wasn't purpose built as Air Force One, there are so many. That Air Force One may look like a 747, but it is so different in basic construction, hard points, you know, all kinds of security stuff. The joke that they were going to turn that Qatari thing into one is just 6 times stupid. I said that from the beginning. And of course, it turns out that was 6 times stupid, and now they can't use it because it's big risk and whatever. Jesus, $400 million or something. Taxpayer dollars spent. And his plan is to take it with him when he leaves. Which is pretty interesting. Not sure exactly how the hell that works, but maybe he'll just decide the White House belongs to him and he'll just continue to live there. Jesus. You know, nothing would be too surprising, I don't think, actually. Well, obviously this has got something to do with news, I'm guessing. Maybe not. Boy, it's hard to keep 5 minutes dialed in here. Remember, that's context. If you want to look at it on a real big scale, it's lower highs and I guess lower lows, higher lows, I don't know. Very definitely a consolidation here. Fucking 11 o'clock already. Well, where did you go? Why did IRT decide to leave home without me over here? Thank you. Would this, around, well, my time, well, your time, 11:34-ish, right where I have my, right where I have my highlighter here. Does that work out in your theory about the breakout and then the retest on the bigger, obviously on the bigger time frame, because there's a little distribution right down here out well, and the mean reversion back, I guess, could be asymmetrical for sure. Well, they don't. No, they don't use stops because they're delta. What they're doing is hedging for delta neutral. So, yeah, they're not interested in stops. And yeah, that's why I think that GEX thing is a really good route to go. I'm happy that you're able to do that, because I think it makes sense to me. What little I've seen about it makes perfect sense. That's what's driving that. And the fact that a huge percentage of the futures market is algorithmic. I mean, that I can understand for sure that now, one question that I have, all these guys like Sosnoff and Batista and all those guys, were market makers on the CBOT. Obviously, that crap is all automated now. Surely no one person is trading that. Men aren't certainly doing that volume, I don't think. Now, in high frequency trading in algorithmic worlds, there's a guy sitting there looking at the screen to see if this sumbitch starts, if this thing starts going rogue or something. I'm sure, or so I'm told, or so I've read. But I would. So does that high percentage of animated or of automated trading that they talk about, 80% of the volume now is done on high frequency or automated? I suppose that also includes the option market makers, because they can't possibly be trading that stuff manually, clicking buttons, I wouldn't think. So I don't know how much overlap there is to that, those statistics. But yeah, I've seen the options market and the 0 DTE thing is like, Jesus, crazy. Well, they're gonna monkey around, and now I would not be at all surprised if we have an inside day. The IB is so wide. It's Friday. They just seem to be content to flop around on the inside of this thing. And so once again, the opportunities were early on, I think. I don't. Yeah. I don't know how that setup stuff works with the bookmap or any of that. I mean, you notice that I have all those things turned off because I didn't get any value out of them, and it just cluttered up things as far as I was concerned. does your ATSA or ATAS have stuff to do with liquidity and based on the the order book, putting out levels and stuff like that? I have no idea. The only thing that IRT has is the volume profile, but it's obviously traded. That's not resting, so that's rear view mirror, baby. Am I unmuted? Oh, I am. Huh? Okay, what did they do? Well, we went up the other side and now we're back down. Okay. Is Einstein and the clown car crowd, are they through or do we know? Oh, he's busy talking up a storm now. Remember when the Iranian military was completely obliterated, Navy and airplanes? Well, guess what? Soon they won't have any military stuff left. I thought that was months ago. But then again, about a year ago, we completely devastated and obliterated the nuclear capability. So I'm not sure why we're doing this war now. Jesus, what a crock of crap. I wonder, obviously people do believe it. Yeah, I guess people believe it. What can I say? Simple thing on the chart. I like it. They're great. Wow, okay. I only mentioned Sierra charts because I used to use it. I still have a thing of it. I think I mentioned that before. Yeah, that's why I'm having such a commiserating about what to do here, because I don't think I've got the horsepower to rebuild all of this and figure out all this export data and blah 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 session price. I mean, as far as the rest of it goes, well, I guess I do use the back test engine and this stuff to do that part. But as far as the trading goes, it's useless. It's tits on a board for me. Sorry for that expression, but hey, I'm from Montana. What do you want? But to figure out how to do all this session prices and export them and all that crap, it's like, Jesus, save me. Yeah, exactly. It's just completely crazy. And it's so funny how short the memories are, you know? Nobody seems to remember all of that stuff that was said recently. I guess it's the news cycle. I don't know. Well, it's been at least 10 years since I looked at Sierra charts. But I do know that several people that have made, made the switch and gotten the session prices and that crap to work. What I did with it way back when, this is how, I'll give you an idea how long ago it was. I was executing with Bookmap, with IRT. Jesus Christ, never mind, I can't even talk. Jigsaw, okay, finally. And I built a dome in Sierra charts with that basically replicated the Jigsaw dome with the, adding and stacking and all that kind of stuff, and it was integrated in with the charting. But I didn't use that thing very long. And I noticed data problems with the Denali, because all of a sudden, if, everything is, you can't use Bookmap, you can't use anything else if you got them, because the only data source that they use is Denali. Well, I'm not in the mood to buy more data and do all this other crap. So yeah, Sierra charts is the last thing I'm looking at, but I don't know what else to do. And another thing I remember very, very distinctly about Sierra charts way back then, their support were just arrogant assholes. I mean, well, can't you figure this out? Like that. I'm sure that's probably changed, but I do remember that. There's actually a lot of concepts about trading that I question, like you're talking about stops and stuff like that. I look at trading from my point of view, as we all do, right? We're the paradigm that we judge everything from. Naked volume points of control, I can guarantee you, I'm not too worried about the naked volume point of control from a week ago. I don't think that most traders, especially us retail people, I don't think we think past the end of our nose, basically. It's the day. At least it is for me. Same way with the market is trying to find value. Bullshit, in my opinion. When I put on a trade, the last thing I think about is, gee, is this a fair value for the S&P? I don't think that. I don't know that any trader does. It's speculation. I want this thing to go the direction I traded, and that's that. Speaking of double charts here, double tops or whatever. Sorry if I'm chewing in your ear. Well, if I did switch, one of the things that, wow, my voice. Grab some cold food out of the refrigerator. If I do switch some sort of a thing, it's got to have a facility to export data, be able to do session prices, and most importantly, use the same data source that I use with Bookmap, because that's something I already own. You know, not some random proprietary off-the-shelf thing. I don't think. I guess those would be the top-down. The top-down filters for me. What else is going on here? Well, we're banging up on the top over here. Are we back on the, yeah, back to the value area high again? Yep, for the week. And that's the way. This is the weekly profile again, and there's the value area high, and here we are. Does that, and based on our just now conversation, you know, current conversation, does that value area high mean anything to anybody? Must. And I realize it's just statistics. It's just that all that is standard deviation. So, and that might have a lot to do with my time frame stuff, because it's obviously, they're obviously coded with, you know, and based on math. So maybe that's it. Oops, wrong window, sorry. Yeah. Oh, my bouncing baby boy's birthday is today. I'm not sure you can actually. Yeah, right. I didn't know that about it. A lot of people have that. You can even export data from TradingView, for Christ's sake, if you have the right package. So I'm suppose it's switched on as they are, and a lot of people, use that facility. I think for like Excel spreadsheet trading. I suppose they would probably have that kind of functionality also. I would think. We're going to be price check at aisle 3 up here from not the big aisle though, from the full session. Pretty quick. Well, look at them go, huh? Atsa or whatever, however you say it. I only heard that one guy pronounce it Atsa. I saw another video from him too, by the way, about the Gex Hub, that guy. Try to show you that. Atsa is, that's Ukrainian, isn't it? Did you tell me that? It's developed over there? Or maybe I dreamed it. I don't know. Well, are they going to take the IB high? I guess. Cool. Do you happen to know if Atos has a back test engine? Atos. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'll check all that stuff out. I'm just lazy. It's easier to ask you than than do the homework, right? Yeah, well. Yep. Well. There's the IB high up there. And that stat is still open, by the way. It would be really cool if there was a way to do a real complicated but comprehensive back test and stuff like Edgeful has come up with the script, that you could just import. That would be really super, rather than me trying to figure out how to code this shit. Can you have more than one voice on this live stream? I think it has to be done internally and then streamed up from the OBS. I think that's pretty complicated, unlike Discord, where everybody could just be talking or not. I don't mind typing, but my fingers get kind of discombobulated sometimes, and I can't spell it without, right half the time. I don't mind typing at all, but text messages and phones, that's just a screaming mess for me. My fingers don't fit that idea. Well, here we are. There's the previous RTH high. Well, that's nice. There's the IB high up above. Now, quite a big difference with the NQ. Look at there. That's a big, long liquidation going on. Where'd my mouse go? Come here. That's a big, long liquidation going on right here. Look at the difference between this one and that one. Real big difference. And we got Dojiville going on again over here. Mm-hmm. I wonder if this, God, this guy's got to be getting hungry, huh? I can't imagine Trump goes long without eating. Ah, there you go. Concludes the cabinet meeting, see? At 11:28. There you go. Oh, Jesus. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. Look at this. Are you seeing this? No. Look at that. Jesus Christ. Oh, man. What kind of world is it that guys live in? I bet it must be tough to be a reporter and not laugh when somebody says something like that. Look at the chart. If you look at the chart from where current price is, you know, it's ABC, and let's see about that. Okay. Wow. That guy's loony fucking tuned. I don't see an ABC here, but okay. Not in these 5-minute candles anyway. Maybe on a different time frame or something, obviously. Could be. Doesn't like Iran because they lie. Jesus, Christopher Christ. What a deal. Well, I don't know. Okay, there I am, zoomed. Oh, yeah, are you talking about this here, A, B, C, maybe? My wife's busy talking. Maybe talk to the cat in Vietnamese. I'm not sure if he's picking it all up, but you never know. Christ, it's almost 12 o'clock already. Unbelievable. And well, let's see here. Uh, 75.15. Yeah, exactly. I gotta read through the notes again and see extension of what, but yeah. I always keep the notes here for these, for the stream, and then read through the chat, and read through it, and then look back at the levels and try to understand what's going on, what you think it is. There was a lot of this liquidity at 20 was in here pretty heavy once upon a time. And nobody's parked out above it. Nobody's parked out up there. Excuse me. Well, Oh, fibs, okay. Okay. Sneaking up on 12 o'clock here. That's pretty. That's a pretty weird thing. Magic was asking me, I think it was last night, if I could look at the probabilities over in between 12 and 1. But I didn't think to ask him probability of what. Taking out putting in a new high, I guess, which would be the 12 to 1 statistic on Edgeful. But I didn't. I'll pick it up and try to get back to him. Yeah, I'm gonna have to Google that thing and see if they use if there's back testing and how you can get that data in there, a script in there, and also if you can export data. And I guess the beginning piece is can you set up session prices somehow? I can't believe that IRT is the only outfit in town that figured that one out years and years and years and years ago. So at one point, they were the only one that had all this stuff, but all of these clever girls have come along with all the new efficient platforms. I would suppose that they, of course, maybe nobody else really cares about that functionality much. Maybe that's part of it. I'm sure they build the new platforms around what people want. And if nobody wants to export levels or data or back tests or something, then they probably go, down the list you go. Probably, I guess. Well, there are two black crows or whatever they call those almost identical candles. What was that? There's some sort of candlestick pattern thing, like the two black crows, or I don't know what. That Nissen was good at making stuff up like that. It was creative. So when you do an extension like that with your fibs without reading up, if you told me, I'm sorry, I don't see it. Where do you anchor them? The top to the bottom, like the open down there to the swing low of the IB? I don't know much about them. A lot of people use them though. Well, they're running out of time as far as I'm concerned. They better decide to do something here. Is this the open? Yeah. So, speaking of the value of the S&P, it is exactly the same as it was at 8:30 this morning. Just one giant speculative rotation, which is, I think, the basic mission most of the time. Maybe cynical of me, but that's what I think. Oh, that's pretty cool. Cool. Well, that's cool. I don't know anything about deep charts. The only other thing that I have looked at once upon a time, not too distant past, was, a few months, was Quant Tower. Because it was, that was when I was getting hosed by Mike Patak, and that was a program that would work with them at that point. And then, that's history, but I happened to notice up here on my upper machine the shortcut to it. I had forgotten all about that. It would work with that program X crap, so it would work with their data, again with the data, right? I wonder if you can you, I suppose you can design, custom indicators, I suppose. I would think. Like all of the stuff that I've got, all of these, all of these levels and stuff here that are on these charts are all custom indicators. This stuff here is IBs or not, but the rest of it is. Wow. Good thing I got to the mute button before that sneeze. You'd have been clinically deaf. Oh, here comes another one, I think. Holy macanoli. Well, right smack dab on the open, huh? I'm real curious when you get your GTX levels coming through there. That must be real interesting. I do think there's value in that. I think it makes rational sense to me that there's a lot more value in those levels, those based on the options hedging and what they have to do when you get to the put wall or the flip zone and all those different words they use. And the different theories that when its price is going up, there's one point where the market makers have to, even when its price is up, they have to keep buying, and that's what basically, in order to keep hedging, and that's what basically fueled the GameStop, whatever you call it, squeeze or whatever. And then there's the other side of the coin when it gets to a certain level. For whatever the logic behind it, they have to short, right, to maintain delta neutral. So that kind of thing makes real, and they do that with futures. That makes sense to me, as opposed to some of the other ideas. I think so too, yeah. And the rest of this, some of this other crap, and the same with all the bubbles and bullshit from Bookmap. I don't find it. look at them, it doesn't mean anything. If I see one of these things, I know that that's just delta. Okay, so what? They're not getting paid here. They're long, delta long. They're not getting paid, so I guess that means that it signals it's going up. All the lines and the levels and all that stuff, I just find it I don't find any value in that. I'm not saying it's not valuable. I'm saying I don't find the value in it or see the value or am able to see the value. Let's put it that way. Those GEX levels, that makes perfect logical sense to me. I think a lot of this stuff is on Bookmap in particular, like the stops and all that, is retail, as we were talking about earlier. It's like there's a thing on that Top Step X. I don't know if you've ever looked at that thing, but there's, what do they call it? Forget what the hell the name of it is. There's some thing at the bottom that, the hell do they call it? It's basically, it's all the Top Step traders, all the guys that are trading combines. Are they on each instrument? Are they long or short? What's the skew, long or short, for those people? Now, maybe that's enough people to move the market, but otherwise, I wonder. And I doubt it. What do they call that thing? The skew or something? I don't know. Okay. Well, another consolidation being built here. Okay, so Menthorex does that, not thing. Not Atsa. I'll just call them ATAS from now on, like I used to do. I only realized that guy called them by a name, like Atsa. Atas, that's what he says. Atas. That's Atus. And well, yeah, maybe so, yeah. Who knows? I'm certainly not married to anything except one woman. So, I do think that the probabilities, like I said before, it takes me too frickin' long to develop a strategy in IRT and back tested and all that stuff to come up with meaningful back tested and forward tested statistics. So I looked all over hell and gone, and the only thing I could come up with that was even close, that wasn't even much more complicated programming wise, was Edgeful. So I'm going to stick with that until something else happened here. But yeah, I'm certainly not married to it. Had he not been quite so willing to retire with his the algo thing, that would have been real meaningful for me. I would have really liked that. Except you have to, unless you use one of their 3 or 4 or 5, whatever it is, algos, you got to code your own in either. I think the only way you code it at this moment, I don't know whether you can code them in Python or not, frankly, but I know you can because I've heard him say so, and pull them in from TradingView. So that means I could take like that one that we coded up about the the return to the open, retrace to the open, and then pull it in and run the whole entire analysis on it with all of the Monte Carlo and all that stuff. So that would be, I think, much more comprehensive than the backtest engine and stuff that's in IRT. But I don't know. And all I want to do is, it's like maybe I just need to follow my own advice about keep it simple, stupid, and just, get good at the magic box and do one of those a day and forget about it, go take a nap, Not in my nature, but that's maybe that's the problem. Hey, speaking of magic, just using your name in vain there, my brother. Did you hear me talking about you in the magic box? Good afternoon. Happy Friday. The cabinet meeting's over. They still haven't taken out an IB. Anton has got some great ideas here, and I was just saying that it's my propensity to always want to make things complicated. I should stick to your philosophy and just do a couple of trades with the magic box and call it a day, That's, after all, the goal is to have a couple of profitable trades, not be the backtest king. Excuse me. Well, they're going to monkey around up here and take the IB high, by golly. I think this quote is so funny. I'm going to have to make a screen snap of this thing. That's just hilarious to me. I just think that is so funny. It's like, Jesus, talk about the pot calling the kettle black. Holy crap. That's really amazing. Okay, let's see here. That and the one that we've almost soon they won't have any military left. And 2 months ago, their entire military and Navy and Air Force was all obliterated and completely destroyed. Interesting. Interesting. Are deep charts and not Atas the same? They're not the same company, right? Like different offerings from the same outfit. Back to the open, baby. Ooh. I will bet without a question that we do not. Nah, I won't say that. Oh my goodness, it's 8 after 12. No wonder I'm sleepy. Zooming into my midday break here. Excuse me. Wow, well, that's too bad to hear that. Pretty much marks it off for me then. That's a bummer. Anyway, well, good for them. That's what I thought. Different platforms and different different. Whoa, now don't be throwing chairs at me. Different companies, yeah, developers. There you go. I knew there was a word for it. Ooh, fresh cherry. Ooh. Yeah, this is the VPOC. This is the ETH VWAP. Just up and down and all around. This is the VPOC right here. And the previous RTH high and the open and developing value area high. And as you pointed out, well, they got above the weekly value area high. Finally. Oh my God. And Ultra is the top line. I mean, all the bells and whistles, I'm assuming. That's the problem with those subscription things. You get all dialed into one you like, and then all of a sudden they pull the rug out from under you with money. And I realize all of the rationalization arguments, well, if you can't make 90 euros in a month, you better stop trading and go do something else and all that stuff. And I agree with all those things. But still. You get my point. That cherry tastes a little moldy. But if they only doubled it from 45 bucks to, or from 50 bucks to 100, I'm sure I'd pay more than that for IRT. And I suppose they're like IRT in the fact that, you got to pay some next thing up to get volume profile and blah, blah, blah. One of the biggest ones I've seen like that is TradingView. I mean, just recently, because I don't usually look around at that at all. Let's see what the hell I do pay for this thing. The hell, I don't know even which one to do. Oh, wait a minute here. My account, that's probably the one to do. Billing. Let's look and see what the billing says. Whoops, wrong thing. Sorry about that. $1.35, 135 bucks. 10 bucks for DT and IQ feed, and investor RT professional traders 125. There you go. The more I think about it, the more, I'm keeping this thing and suffering every day. I guess maybe I ought to send a thing and say, can you guys fix this son of a bitch or not? Because if you can't, I'm going to drop the subscription, because it's essentially useless. If I were trying to trade with this, I might as well get 2 cans and a piece of string. Yeah, I know. But it's a business. I mean, if you're actually doing it as a business, it's cost of doing business. But it needs, at a point, it needs to be profitable, or you better change the name to a Bitcoin repository or an AI superscaler. They all losing money like crazy too. Well, assuming that you achieve financial freedom. Yep, it is. Financial and, no boss and no any of that. I wouldn't have any idea what they're going to do with this now. And it's noon 30 almost. I think I'll step away and do the midday, regroup, shower, have a walk, that kind of thing, and then back around the top of the hour if I can get it done quick enough. No place to drive today, so I'm, all dressed up, no place to go. There was some conversation in something I watched about the GexBot thing about why the market does this with when there's a certain condition that I was talking about earlier, when the guys hedging have to keep buying little by little to keep themselves delta neutral. That's what prompts these stair steps up or down. No idea. No idea if it's remotely true, but made sense. Sounded good. Sounded pretty good to me. I'm going to step away here, fellers. I'll be right back. We're back in a little bit here anyway. If you dust off before I'm back, have a great weekend, and thanks a lot for coming by and participating. I really appreciate it. Makes my day a lot shorter, I'll tell you that. The boss says she's cutting my hair now, so this may take a little longer than I thought. Here we go. We're gonna take out that IBI, and I'm gonna be getting my freaking hair cut, or something, getting something cut. Well, and there we have it, the IB high, huh? Look at that. And the RTH high and the ETH high and the pie in the sky high and everything else. And just a couple ticks off the weekly high, according to, I guess that would be the ETH high, what I'm seeing here now. Well, there you go. No, I'm not going to try to trade a retrace to the 25. I think this day has been commandeered by the the dark side. Well, I'm going to get away from this thing before I start thinking about IBC or IBF or whatever else. I'll be back in a bit. Well, they may actually pull it back to the 25 there. And I suppose that mean reversion trade was the way to go. I would guess. I think rather than listen to Monkey Boy here, I will stand by. Yeah, cool. I'm still not sure. I'll have to read back through and see where you measure those fibs from. But yeah, that's great. Good for you. I'm hoping you got that short. That's also, an IB failure. It's pretty classic. And a number of points. It doesn't look like much the way I've got it scaled, but that's 10 points right there. So that's a tidy little sum. I'm going to help Mommy here for a bit and see if they get it back to the 25. I still think that I have to work out a system in my mind for the mean reversion for the statistic, as opposed to the retrace and then break out again. I've never been a big fan of breakouts. They never work very well for me. I'll be back in a flash here. IB failure didn't get too far either, I guess. Okay. Magic, you still around? I don't think so. Ah. Oh, there we go. IBI. Breakout. Oh, got a breakout here. Well, So, quite the price action now. I think everybody's probably gone away, and that's probably a good idea. Excuse me. Power hour of the Friday. Last Friday of July. Wow. Next week will be a non-farm payroll. Should be the first Friday of every month. I don't really think that there's going to be anything for me here. Can't get up over that IB, can't fail from it. I was not standing here when we took it. Looking at the flat top on this profile with no excess, I would say this thing is going to go higher, but I'm certainly not brave enough to be down here trying to take these swings for 4 ticks, or 4 points. I mean, stuff here is, I don't think very, that doesn't look to me to be very, like a very good idea. And it's not certainly any strategy I've got going on. Maybe it'll continue now. As much as I'd like to think this is going to take off, I don't think I'm going to try that. Oh. I see Anton's here. I didn't realize that. Well, yeah, I'm not sure with equal top strategy. Let me read this again. After 1500, that's 1400. Right. I was actually reading, I didn't see your post there at first. I was reading something about back testing with ATAS on one of my upper monitors, and I didn't paying attention. Now, from my normal world, this would be I would be wondering if this was going to continue to be an IB continuation up to that liquidity at 20 or maybe 25. And looks like that's probably going to happen, but obviously not very opportune area from up here. Wow, there they go. Well, look at him go. They finally closed that gap from a long time ago. I guess this is a squeeze, huh? I wonder if any of these this got chopped up like crazy over here. This never had a trade. Jesus. No, day before yesterday. All the shorts. All these people that got short right here that thought the market was heading down, and I guess they're just now squeezing the rest of them out. And day before yesterday, day before yesterday, and then let's see, Friday, and closing this gap up here. So I guess you could say anybody that's short in this area from the drop down here, because all they've done is come up here finally and close the gap. That's all I know. But definitely squeezing. They tried to get lower, and they tried to get lower. There's a big buying tail, and they're squeezing. This was never, I'm assuming anyway. I thought that a long time before I ever knew Tom, but yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't think a short squeeze is I think it's pretty widely understood as a real thing, I think. I don't know, actually. That's interesting to... I was trying to figure out, apparently they don't have a backtest engine in ATAS. What it says here, anyway. And it's a replay thing, apparently. Anyway, yeah, I think that, I don't know. I think that it's the bottom of the power hour with 30 minutes to go before the weekend. Well, I don't know. I don't know that retail might have been it, but probably. So what's the fuel, and what, in your opinion, and what's the fuel and why? Why is this price action today happening? In your logic, in your world, in your thinking. I think it's a short squeeze for this big drop that happened day before yesterday, or repositioning maybe, or something. But I don't know. What's another idea for it? I think that there are traders that hold longer than intraday retail people, and then some retail, I guess, swing trade. I guess. Well, I don't have it pinned between any liquidity levels, really. There's a couple of these light ones that are flashing off and on in my book map. That's only because the way I've set it. Let's see, $1.67 And whatever this one is, 21s. I think this is liquidity. That's liquidity. And what everybody says is, I mean, everything that I read says that's how price moves. Now, maybe this is something some options guy needed to do. Maybe that's why this is happening. Maybe that's it. Maybe you'll find out all this stuff with GTEX. Maybe this is all driven by the options market. And remember that trading is a zero-sum game. So who's taking the other side of all these trades? And why, I guess, is the question. Now, clearly, whoever was buying this, whether it's retail or schmetail or B-tail, selling. This is definitely selling. A little bit of buying, definitely selling. Now, it's a zero-sum market, so somebody was getting along all this way. And that somebody, in order to take profit, had to get the price back up to sell it, right? Whoever that is. They hadn't gotten to these levels up here yet, here or here or here, but they just got to these levels here. I don't know who's long or who's short, but it looks to me like whoever was short on these levels here was taken out here, I think. Doesn't that make sense? Liquidity at 25. Well, the liquidity at 25 was traded out on my stuff. Bookmap, at least, right here. This liquidity at 25 was traded out. And there's 168 up above, $137. I mean, these are actual level 2. This is not anything to do with Bookmap, I don't think, and 220 down here. Well, this was in the book a long time. Wherever it went now. This one was in there from 11 o'clock. That's not so long. Until they traded it out. And then this one. And whoever is involved is on their back foot. Didn't think that this was going to happen, I guess. I don't know. Well, I think where we stopped on Bookmap is probably, it's probably a lot more to do with this price action over here than it is a Fibonacci level, because that's just a level that you drew arbitrarily on the chart, I think. And this gap, which, closes eventually, usually just closed right now. Is what I think. I think that this, I'm not sure how the liquidity works, or maybe, or if I've got the wrong theory, but this was a bunch of selling, whether there were stops up here or whatever. But somebody was buying all of this. buying all of this, buying all of this, taking the other side of all of those. And the only way that somebody is going to make money is if they get it up above these. And that's what they did right here, I think. Or at least that's what I always understood. And the thing about Fibonacci levels, it's just so arbitrary wherever you decide to draw the lines. I guess. Unless there's a more science to it than I realize, which is very possible. But, you know, if you chose a different place to draw the line, then the level wasn't there. I think. But I don't really know much about them. Other than, you know, the basics. It's a percent. It's just a percentage of the whatever you draw, the top to the bottom. They're basic percentages of those of that area. I don't know. Wish I did. TPTE. It says that if you're going to backtest with ATAS, you need to use the API or a third-party add-on tool like TPTE Strategy Builder. So I'll look into what that's about. That would be another great question for somebody like that's been a pro. I'll be real interested to see how you get along with those GTX levels. That sounds more reasonable to me as to what drives price like this, for example. They need to reposition and they needed to get delta neutral. I mean, I'm just guessing here, but that sounds more reasonable. I wish you had them already, and then you could say we'd know whether it was a GTX level or not. I'm surprised that it's not built into to Tasty Live, the Tasty Trade or whatever it's called, that platform. I'm surprised that stuff's not built in there, because that's what it's all about, I think. Wow. Well, so here's the market. I almost forgot. And there's the market so far today. What an interesting price trade. There's our open. Kaboom, and back up we go. And then flop along right up here at the top for a while, and for whatever reason, pop up here. In the short term today, I can see where there were stops up here because of the people that were trying to call the top. How many, what that volume would be, that's something I don't know. But here we are, and it's a Friday afternoon, TGIF, the last Friday in July. IRT, same story. We were just discussing all of this price action over here and what that might be. Was I on the right? I may not have been on the right window here for the wait a second here. Yeah, I don't know what Tom does with his composite profile. I do, as you well know, I only have one rule. If price overlaps, it's contained in the micro composite. If it's not, if it doesn't overlap, like right here, it isn't. Now, I'm not, because this price went up here and closed this gap, I wouldn't consider including these into this because it's history, in my opinion. That's what I do. I don't know exactly what Tom does, to be honest about it. But, yeah, so here we are on a Friday, right? And pretty big range. I didn't have any trade either. No trigger here on this one. And let's see what we got going on for for the upcoming week. So Monday, fun day, PMIs at 9 o'clock and 9:45, and 8:45 and 9 o'clock. Tuesday, JOLTS, factory orders. Wednesday, the biggie, non-farm employment change, S&P PMIs, ISM PMI. Thursday, initial jobless, big week. And then Friday is going to be non-farm payroll and who cares what else, essentially. And also, don't forget, we're up to our noses in earnings week now. Today is pretty much nothing, but let's have a quick peek-a-rooney at next week. Berkshire Hathaway, well, that's not so important to me. Palantir on Monday. Get away here, please. By the way, this is investing.com. It's free. You can filter it for whatever you want. Typically, they deal with normal economic and revenue numbers. Let's get down here. These lists are so long. That's just Monday so far. There's Tuesday, huh? Wow. SpaceX, oh baby, SpaceX and AMD on Tuesday next week. My, and Cat. That ought to have all the little boys and girls at Twitter. We're going to be rich and we're going to Mars and live people. God damn, this place is, what a crazy world we have. Where'd Wednesday go? Come on. Wow, where's Wednesday? There's Wednesday. Holy smokes, look at that. And then we get into the drugs. Well, I'm not going to keep going down. That's ridiculous. So it's a busy week next week. Non-farm payroll, lots of earnings. And there you go. Oop, 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 oop. The other source here is Financial Juice, which is pretty much the same idea, except that it has, they do pull these random non-economic events into their calendar, which have proven to have be market moving risk at sometimes. This didn't do a hell of a lot today, I don't think. There was a lot of conversation, but there was a statement by the Treasury that they're going to intervene in the yen market next week. I think this is hilarious right here. Where'd that thing from? Where's the thing about? No, there was something I saw here about the Fed. Maybe I was dreaming. So there we have the news. We're going to have the market on close imbalance at the top of at 1450, as we always do every day. They were pretty big yesterday. There was a couple of billion, and they were all sell side. So let's see what they've got going on. Wait a minute here. Well, volume profile is just simple. It's not math. It is just the volume. It's just a count of volume traded at each level. I'm pretty sure. Now, the fact of the value area and all that noise is math, obviously. It's, the standard deviations from the mean. The thing with fibs is you can just pick wherever you pick to draw them from and to. All that does is just divide that area by, in this case, 33 point whatever and 61.50 and 61 point something else rather than 25.50. It's just whatever those numbers are that are supposedly, look at us go up some more. Here we go. I think, I don't know. But the volume profile is literally the volume at each level right there. There are the numbers. That's how many contracts traded at that level. So it's just count, I think. At least that's what I believe or understand. And here we go, some more higher. For whatever reason, they're enjoying themselves. Let's see what we get, a pop or not here. Come on. The POC, whether that means anything to anybody or not, is 46 or 75.46 quarter. The MCVPOC, which is just nothing more than the point at which the most volume traded within this spread over these 4 days, essentially. Point of control or whatever you want to call it. I may be wrong about how that's derived, but I know how the volume profile works. Same as market profile. It's just a count. Then when you start doing all these different value area and all that stuff, that's a different story. But most of these are just levels. Close. Now VWAP, that's obviously math for sure. IB high and low are just levels, price levels based on within a time. So yeah, I don't know. Oh, algos, okay. Well, maybe, yeah. In a way, yeah, it could be defined that way. Sure. And the math would be that it continues to add however many contracts are traded at 74 or 75.15, and it adds them up. And then I suppose you could have a algo that says when 75.14 trades more than something else, or okay, I see what you're saying. But the volume profile is just a sum, it's just a sum addition. And most of the other things that the session prices here are just that. They're just the price. The mid is the middle. And, value area high, like I said before, I don't think much of value area high and low because it's a standard deviation from the POC, which is the mean. Based on the bell curve, right? Or the standard distribution. Look at them go. Oh, I'm sure glad I didn't go long at 12. But I'm not glad, or I don't regret. Oh, and here we go. Let's see what the market on close is. Nobody move. I don't have it yet, but it's over. It's coming, I promise. Just like, oh, Christ. Just like Christmas. Look at that stupid shit. On. There we go. Sell side and 3 buy sides. 1,044,000,000, 788,000,000, 1,093,000,000. Buy side, buy side, buy side, and 465 million sell side. No, buy side as well. I'm all crazy. They were all buy side. Yesterday, they were all sell side. That's the part. This little episode right here every day with the market on close, that still just mystifies the hell out of me. These are not the total numbers, you know. This is the imbalance. The total number is a much bigger thing. Who the hell is swinging a billion plus multiple of N NASDAQ 100 contracts, putting an order in for that many more buy side than sell side at the market on close? Who the hell's doing that? I think there's stuff goes on at levels that I couldn't even comprehend, I guess. Well, I don't guess. I know that. Pretty amazing, though. Thank you. Thank you for jumping around there, Mr. Whatever, why you're doing that, I don't know. Crazy shit. Okay, so I'm going to look into these different platformy things up here. Have you ever heard about this TPTE thing? What it says is pretty interesting to me here. I'm really sorry I have it on the wrong screen, but all I did was search something. I don't know what. Oops, wrong mouse. ATAS charts backtest and data export. And then I ask it a couple of questions, but it says this. ATAS uses a cloud-based market replay system rather than an instantaneous parametric backtest engine, which is what IRT has. Tick-by-tick simulation, it replays real market depth, level 2 data, and order flow, delta volume profiles, in parentheses. Speed limits, the strategies run by playing back the data chronologically at accelerated speeds up to 1000x. Rather than calculating years of data in seconds. Execution, you must connect automated trading bots via the ATAS API or use third-party add-ons like TPTE Strategy Builder to execute logic across the replayed data. And it says that you can manage in-sample and out-of-sample workflows in backtesting. Cool. I have to Google what all that means. I mean, I understand what all of it means, except I have no idea about the TPTE strategy builder. That seems to be important. It's a really good thing that it's chronological and it's tick by tick, because what happens with most of the backtest engines, like this one on thing over here, IRT, it's bar, and the same way with TradingView, it's bar data, it's open, high, low, close. So the system never knows what happened within the bar. In other words, if you have an algorithm or if your trading system says when the high, or when let me start over here. If it says, I'm trying to do something with IRT, sorry. It says if your trading strategy says when price reaches above, let's say, 10 ticks above the open, whatever. It doesn't, when you backtest with IRT or whatever, it doesn't know if that happened before, after, or whatever, the open or the close. It just knows that it happened within the bar. That's a similar thing to I was talking about it with what the hell is going on here? There we go. That's the reason that when I do backtesting, and like, for example, on this IB strategy here, I make it 30 seconds bars, because that is as close as I can get to knowing what happened first. For example, the trigger. That's why it has to be. You have to take the trigger, the signal on the next bar, because you don't know what happened first. Did it cross up here and then go down here, or did that happen at some point within the thing and it closed down there? You get the point. I'm not explaining it very well, but that's the idea. You don't know. The system doesn't know. The backtest engine doesn't know the chronological order of how price moved in the bar, how the bar was actually formed. And that's pretty cool that's what ATAS does, according to what I just read. Behind the hood, part of the system that I managed. Yeah, that absolutely, I don't understand what goes behind the hood. And I assume what I was saying earlier is that it's got to be. I don't think I have even a close understanding of the volumes that that is handled in terms of dollars. I don't know about shares or whatever, but if the goddamned imbalance, meaning the difference between the buy, market on close buy and market on close sell, is over 1 billion contracts. Jesus, how big is the how big are the buy and sell columns? If 1 billion is is the difference, wow, it's got to be staggering. And do the math at $12.50 a tick. Christ on a crutch. That's a lot. That's a lot. Yeah. Well, this is real interesting always, Anton. I really appreciate it. And what I'm going to do is I'll have to look into this strategy thing, because I don't want to jump out and jump sideways. And then it does say that you can I'm also going to look into export the data. It does say that you can, I'm going to look into what this TE strategy builder thing is about, because that's the only way. You've got to have some way to build the strategy and then backtest it to get the statistics. And I don't know what kind of reporting comes out of it all, but there's a thing that says what's automated backtesting and why manual backtesting is getting something. This is an ATAS over in the little, automated trading strategies, bots, and order flow, ATAS. This is July 28th, 26. Well, that's pretty freaking now, isn't it? 2 days ago, 3 days ago. ATAS strategy builder, create trading bots and backtesting, TPTE. When was that put out? There's no date. Okay. Well, we traded right up to the weekly high. Bing, bang, boom. That was the high of the week right there. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's just today. I'm on the wrong chart. Oops, never mind. Never mind. There we go. But we did the same thing as the weekly high. So this is the weekly profile. And now they're dumping it off again back down to the IB high. Bing, bang, boom. Well, we're already cash closed, so never mind. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Yeah, I'm really excited to start looking into these things, and I got to do something. This is just useless. I mean, really. How many times a day do I bitch about this thing being lagging and I can't look at this and the thing falls over there and something else happens? I mean, really. At a buck 50. Buck 25. And with the DTNIQ feed, $1.35. So, yeah, I'll do so. Have a great weekend. Enjoy your family and go, teach that kid of yours how to swim. or he's probably getting so good at it now you can water ski behind him. Yeah. Well, see you later. Okay, boys and girls, that's going to wrap it up for me in the stream also. That's the pre-market, the market wrap up. I got the news out there for what we're going to look for tomorrow or Monday, and I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing and do this stuff we were just talking about, this research here, and some kind of replacement or switch out for IRT, I guess. So have a great weekend, everyone. Take care of yourself. Get away from the screens. Go outside. Get some natural light in your eyes. Focus down the street. Look in the neighbor's backyard, whatever it is you do. And do something healthy for yourself. It's really important to maintain a good life balance. Who's here? I don't know. Else, Anton is gone. Magic, if you're still around, or Richard. If you're just lurking, say hi. I'd really be honored for a like and subscribe. That would be super. But probably the most important is to contribute, jump into the chat. You see, we just kind of share stuff, bounce it back and forth, and try to progress. The idea here, it's my virtual trading journal, and I just put it out there for everybody to see in hopes that, we stimulate conversation and progress. Everybody progress to be consistently profitable trader. All right. I am going to smack the old stopperoonie now and be back Monday morning, every trading day at 8 o'clock Central Time for the full cash market. I may not regularly scheduled now, but I might, last night I did a Globex on Asia opening orb session stream, and I do those live streams because I have a commitment to never take trades off of the stream, and only trades I take are live real time. So if I'm looking at the Asia session and something presents itself and I want to trade it, I could not do that if I were not streaming. So there you go. That's how it works.